Hello again and welcome back again. It's more... Oh wait, my controller's not reacting. Wait, yes it is, yes it is. I just didn't hear the sound, I guess. Whatever. We are going into the third part of the trial. Of the day 1 trial? There might be more. I'm not entirely sure, I don't remember. Of the final, I think. Case, adventure, chapter, whatever. Of the Great Ace Attorney game, the first one. Those were a lot of numbers and things, but let's just do it. We opened up a very real opening in this case. So let's hope we can chase it down with this funny Eggert guy. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? She's too moved. What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? The one where she was holding the gun. Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Shirley's red-handed recorder? I'm sure there were circumstances that you will now elucidate us on. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. I really just find her face so cute. Look at it. It's so cute. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Yeah, that would help. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still. We'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Finally, she's sharing the truth. Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1, to Winniebank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that Holmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking it in a lug with Winniebank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. Getting all of her little patterns, I guess, right as I read it out is a little tough. But hey. So you broke into Winniebank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? Who could have known? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp to the counter a bit of wick, and that's when. I guess maybe the story, you know, the shouting that the two heard were from this moment rather than later on. I don't know, we'll see. What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. It was a panicked reaction. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script, I got it here. Did Holmes leave a lot of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. Oh, he's so loyal to the cause. His cause. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Holmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there. Hold on, it's there. Okay. There's like a line, I guess, going through the woodwork there, I guess. And it's making it look like there's a tear in my screen. I'm not really seeing it on the capture, but when I go to a different thing, I'm not seeing it. That's a little weird. Oh well. It was there, alright. The mantle script. Holmes wasn't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Second one of the day, eh? Dear me, is there some burglars' convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Being protective of her. And with that, he took the gun out of me hands and walked back into the shop. He realized that she wasn't, trying to hurt anybody. I'm back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Okay, now I guess now that tear that I guess I saw is in a different spot. So I guess it's just a thing on screen. I don't know, man. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out out the storeroom myself when... 2 shots. And a couple shots go off too, I think. Almost at the same time. And then yeah, there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quickly as you like. So just as we thought. Because he thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cov's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. So he did fire his gun at somebody. I think we have a pretty good idea who. And that's how he lost that bullet. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner. Oh no. Did you pass out from the shock? I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. I'm not so sure about that. Not like, he probably would have been in a similar position when the others came out, with his gun potentially. And the same thing might have transpired. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All that they said was if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me. Tisk tisk. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict? Which apparently isn't his real name, like we kinda thought. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. Should have done it a lot earlier, honestly. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilden, we told you a whole bag of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. But it wasn't your fault. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the better end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial, and then in an official case also. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe if it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. If only you could see us now. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. This song is so good. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in them and the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, keep believing. I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and no good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. We got through to her. That's what matters. Let's see if my tea is cooled off enough for me to drink. Probably not. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew this song is so fucking good. Just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. Let's see. Actually, yes, I can. Sadly, the taste of honey that I put in there is completely lacking. It's missing. I can't taste any honey at all, but whatever. I guess I'll just add a little more, even though now that I've had like, I don't know, a solid third if not half of the tea in one big gulp. It won't be quite the same. There. This is it at last. Final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. What? 1:41 p.m. That's 1 minute late. He said 1:40. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station, where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. I don't know, I feel like it might be on Zeke's over there, because he was keeping that fucking piece of evidence and he didn't notice the goddamn bullet in there. So honestly, I think it's his fault. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Sadly, that's fair. It's a big mistake to cross Shirley and me. A very big mistake. Oh, threatening in the courtroom. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Okay, just a little bit of a delay then. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. It was bound to happen. Look, he's clearly there, brother. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such a short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. That's gonna be his voice now, I don't remember. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the court, for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communication Officer. It didn't say AG on the thing, did it? Maybe it did. Maybe it did. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were appraised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. Can we check your body for wounds real quick? Gunshot wounds, for example. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. There he goes with his fancy moves. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's home-brewed and tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Oh, gonna act like you don't even know us. Do you know Skinnarodo, defense lawyer? We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So. Oops, thanks. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. It's probably got, like, dandruff and lice on all over it. No occasion... Wait, you have occasion, right? Well, let's press. Doesn't hurt to press, usually. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. So, this could very well be related, man. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. I'm sure the dudes next to him will slip up at some point. These thugs. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? Makes me despair. No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? That was me. The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Oh, there comes the racism. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Maybe do? How about that? Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You able to prove that? Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Let me have some of my tea before it cools off into not being enjoyable anymore. Not the best tea in general. But it's not gonna be better when it's cold. Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Holmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that blood is mine? If it could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Holmes' chemical is able to differentiate between bloods and... Spare me to the science lesson. Who is this Holmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... well, a renowned detective? Stopped himself. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. I think for us it's more of a personal, not wanting to give them the pleasure thing, between friends. Great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, aren't we? What's up, little bro? You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh, what, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to you with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Call blimey, governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, I'll open up the wound. It'll open up the wound again, that's all. The wound? What wound? Well, he took a bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Smart stuff. Oh, hell's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. A reasonable assertion. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently grasping with your right hand as if in pain? No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Mighty suspicious, but it is supposedly in his right. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Oh really? Is that how you're going to play it now? I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. We have hard evidence that counters that statement. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's former testimony. You just had to make a shitty lie, didn't you? Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Tisk, 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 tisk. Tisk, 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 tisk. Tisk, 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 tisk. Tisk, 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 where is it? Tisk, tisk. Where the fuck is the photo? Tisk, 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 tisk. Where the fuck is the photo? Hello? Did we not get that photo as evidence? We have these two, but those don't show him. You can kind of see the things in the back there with the skull moving there, if you do it like that. That's another way of telling. No stereoscopy necessary. Is the photo in there, maybe? No. Where is it? Do we not have it? I thought we had it. It's not in here. Well, what the fuck? I guess we'll just have to press it then. But we totally had it, didn't we? Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently in the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you have the photo still? Because this is stupid if nobody speaks up about it. Because we all saw the photo. That's how we got this guy to come here. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Oh, no. Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. Huh? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. That's mighty suspicious. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Maxie showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Shirley installed in Windybanks? Yeah. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Resemblances, yeah, totally. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. You kinda did. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with a broker. Nothing more. What's going on, Gregson? This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would would Gregson be trying to avoid giving a testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Runo? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Shirley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windybanks. Well, you know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. It's possible. I had that thought earlier too. But did one of these have, you know, his name on them? Like this one, maybe? But it doesn't necessarily say whom it was from. Does it? Oh, great. A fucking bot showed up. I love it. Report. God, it looks like I'm hard fingering something to the side there. Sadly, that's not the case. I'm just banning a bot. and reporting it. Yeah, this doesn't say a name or anything. And this one won't say anything either, of course. But, you know, we also know who wrote that one and when and why. To my gilded, the bullet. Land of Winniebank's Pawnbrokery, don't think that one's gonna be it. This doesn't seem like the one. Autopsy report. I don't think this has anything. Dr. Stevens. That doesn't sound like Graydon or Grayson or whatever. Graydon, yeah. Iris Watson. Like, you know, obviously we could be like, we found your blood on this, so you were there, but then he could be like, yeah, well, that just wasn't me again. The representation papers can't be it. This probably isn't it. Like, do we present this to him and be like, haha, and then he's like, no, and we're like, ah, ha, ha, ha. That doesn't seem right. Let's read through what we got again. Pawnbroking, huh? Colluded with these thugs. No intention. This is probably where we should be presenting something, but it's also possible that we need to press something else again. And what Iris just said about checking the court record again was actually just misleading. Yeah, this tea wasn't very good. I just don't really see. Bottom line is, never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Never had anything to do with it, and yet the photo that shows he was there is not proof that he was totally lying. Like this shouldn't work, and neither should this. If the game is logical, those shouldn't work. Because the Sherlock Holmes picture is not permissible as, you know, as evidence, let's say. I guess I'll just press some previous things again. Let's press everything again, I don't know. Okay, he's gonna intercept in the same way. Scumbag! It was me. I made the thing. He doesn't have to prove it. We have to prove that he was there. Yeah. Maybe we have to press that thing again where the other brother, you know, started saying stuff and we just let that one go. Oops. Wait, I guess this is actually kind of new. Or did we not press that one? Did we skip to the last one instead of pressing that one? I don't know. Hold it. Don't forget that Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, huh? Oh no, I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. I guess maybe we never pressed this one because it skipped us to the new statement, which was after this one, and so, you know, that might have been what happened. My work here is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. That didn't seem to help much, though. Handwritten notes. Owned by the victim, Mr. Moneybank. A small box. I mean, supposedly this should have been for McGilded too. If only we could analyze fingerprints or something, because his would be on... Would it be on that one? I'm not sure, but it would be on the desk for sure. Which would tie him to the case immediately. Generous representation papers. I guess I would look, but there's no way. Yeah. I've never had anything to do with a pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Maybe this isn't the statement where I'm supposed to present something, but this doesn't seem Mason Milverton. Magnus McGilded. Nah. This will come in later, probably. That doesn't seem related. We're not really seeing anything here. Or here. Man. We still haven't talked about the flap, by the way. But I guess, you know, when it comes down to, oh yeah, well, how would I have killed him? Then we can go for that finally. Until then, I'll have to leave it. I mean, I guess I'll put this in there, even though we can't supposedly prove that that is his blood, but I don't know, maybe this is what they want. Apparently it is. Let's hope the reasoning here is better than what I think it is. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon, however. Somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken, that was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood under this. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Can't he just also be like, nuh-uh, and not show it? It doesn't seem any stronger. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on the disc. Well, well, it would seem I underestimated you. Really, that's it? I find that kind of dumb that we have to go that route with what we were not allowed to do before. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order, order. Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Nuh-uh. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Oh, sure. It'll have something to do with the other case. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy Getterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in question, in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. That's what you think. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who died in a fire right here? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord. Mr. Grady. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. So he too must be a very good guy. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on the fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybank's. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. Obviously. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. How do you want us to believe that? Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat, even though it was too small for you. Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there's a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I am a collector of rare and unusual music boxes. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So, the disc in question? It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Might be better than being accused of murder. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. That might come back to bite us. The redemption ticket was stolen from me, but... So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. And yet we keep coming to the truth every single time, don't we, Mr. Fun Dumbass? Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony, for what possible use it can be. Had you ever been to Windybanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoyed browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pickpurse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Except that it's weird that he would have to chase her down when it was the final day of the thing being in that store anyway. So that, you know, that couldn't have been a coincidence, could it? But maybe it's supposed to be. According to him. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man, who just now claimed he hadn't seen you before somehow. Apparently the police were collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. What's wrong, Gregsy? Something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGill's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is this, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Funzeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Corpus like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have a great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Huh. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Rigson and Lord Funzeeks here. Intriguing. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Sir Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Let me repress this. It's evidence. That's what the Inspector said, at least, as he seized my disc. And thanks to the skirmish with that wastrel, I snagged the end of my thumb at the same time. And the disc in question is this disc here. You can still go over there. That's interesting. Yes, it is. Scotland Yard have indeed been gathering items believed to have been the property of McGilded, presumably to aid their investigations in some way. Not something I would be aware of. I really didn't know the man well anyway. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes. And flamboyant poses. Okay, I guess that didn't give us anything interesting. Or are there anything we need? No reason. I could try to present that box ticket now. Mostly because I don't want the game to hint me towards it before I do. So let's try it. But that might be too early. It's not. The disc was deposited at Windy Banks on Magnus McGillet's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGillet had another article in pawn at Windy Banks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the men deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? Not a trinket box. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Oops. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord von Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery.
Yeah, because we intervened.
And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. We can't use his chemicals, but we can use his photos, huh?
Ah, Shirley's red-handed recorder us again.
As previously explained during using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information in this ticket, McGillet's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 PM 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
Are we gonna stereoscopize that again to see a small discrepancy?
And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare.
I can't do it.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something may have been taken in addition to the victim's life. So you men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. The same number doesn't really matter. Something could have been replaced. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't have a good reason for why he couldn't have just bought the article. Maybe he's not as rich as he claims. Or, maybe he couldn't for some reason. It's also, I don't know how it goes if somebody does prolong the thing. Does the ticket still stick around? Is that ticket outdated? I don't know. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGillet's pawn box. It's probably better that he doesn't have it. I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
Probably not. There's that blue box and the green box, right? Maybe there's something different about them. Or something else. What? So, counsel, in the light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know.
Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere?
Let's use the stereoscope thing.
And the ability to use it to save. This is a piece of evidence.
Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
That one. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh, yes, you've caught the bag at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Yes, totally. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures into place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
Uh-huh.
That sure stands out a lot. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel.
I wonder if, like in the, original, you didn't use a thing for that, and you just actually had to use the 3D feature to see it. It's because, here in this, it sure is hard to miss the exact point they want you to point out.
Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Oh, I don't know. It's so hard to say. Could be anything, really. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of the small box.
Let me wait. Unbelievable. You guys are all stupid. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillet's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybank's on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillet is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Mindless guesswork, what if it was?
So box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGillet's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things?
It changes everything!
Unless we're trying to say that changes nothing about the fact that something happened. But, that would be some weird guessing game thing.
Changes everything!
I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside with that box.
Exactly.
What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. I guess he couldn't buy it because he didn't know which box, but then all the other boxes on the shelves would have also been moved. That would have been a more interesting clue, honestly. If all the boxes had been moved slightly and it would have been like, wait, why is that? And then we'd be like, oh, he didn't know and that's why I couldn't buy it. But, whatever. I'm suggesting we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Oh, how wrong you are.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks.
Yeah, fuck him up, Judge.
Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Let's knock something over. Something small though, nothing important. But let me also move something over real quick. Ha 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 ha, goobers. Goobers and losers who've been defeated by my infallible logic. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. You're such a sore loser. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilder from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Only because you don't understand. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. You just don't see the big picture yet, dumbass. Your imagination is quite lacking, Van Zieks. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilder perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc is in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Yeah, right. But you just admitted that the coat wasn't yours, by the way. You know, that does make a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows, my semi-gilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at his pawnbroker. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, we have a guess. What's the matter, Runa? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilder's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilder's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. So what? That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Well, it must come too light. Oh no. That would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Better than murder. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's trying to... why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything? But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Roman? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Do I say that? Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilder deposited with the Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here?
Of course, we gotta go for the truth every time. Ain't no question about it. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGillet's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windy Banks by Mr. McGillet, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information regarding them, relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own.
I have. Lord von Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness to hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear this testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
I suppose you'll be missing your tea. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish.
All right then, Gina.
It's time. What's he planning with that guy in the stand? Is he working for the truth? I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGillet had deposited in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGillet.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least.
And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. Well, with some missing parties. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGillet. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGillet died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean... I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Rona now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGildett's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth of a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Shut up! Everything's going to come out. That's gross, Bruno. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to polish the slops. That's when McGillett slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. That's just about what she told us. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance. I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGillett's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Hey man, you fucking piece of absolute dog shit. We were literally shouting how the court proceedings should continue, how we didn't know if the truth was out, how we wanted to know and learn more about it. You can't fucking say this kind of shit to us, you piece of fucking trash. Fuck you, Van Zieks, you suck. Horrible, horrible dude. Fuck you. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGildet fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were... You're wrong. The lot of you. Mr. Narrow, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. We really expected to believe that. He really stitched everything up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGildett's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Seriously, fuck these people. Nobody heard us fight for the truth. Fucking douchebags. Well, I guess we'll press everything. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
By the way, oh, they're both here. Wait, why do they look like they're conspiring? What happens if I try to pursue just right now? Because this is fucking suspicious as fuck. Hello? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon!
What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this?
Yeah.
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time. I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with her testimony, please. Oh. Let's press that again then, I guess.
That's right, pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed that Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talk a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone's keeling over from the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me on.
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the curved line on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the curve with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Yo, yo, yo. Dude on the thing, looking down the window.
All of a sudden I heard a scream. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and Miss McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene? Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was on the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified to the trial, in the trial, I believe.
But he was also withholding information, clearly.
A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly.
Slip the driver a tin.
That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Von Zieks.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill flashed some brass in his face. He went running off it like a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the Dag's cabin. No snitching.
Threatened you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang onto the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, that makes no sense at all.
Well, clearly it's important to the case and or evidence and or something else, that it's not being found by others. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Yeah, something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Thank you, Mr. Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I have heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
I think that shouldn't be so wrong, right? Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Yeah. Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGildet was prepared to kill in order to take possession of the disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it.
Yeah, probably not.
And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking about ain't no crime.
Sure isn't. But maybe sometimes it should be.
My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The mysterious little box deposited by McGildet 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. But what if it'd been switched out or something? With an almost identical looking one. That would complicate things. Let's hope that's not the case. Looks less purple than in the photo, I feel like. I guess that it was dark, so... You know, the darkness made it look more blue. Combined with the red to form a purple look.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGildet 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. I can't believe it's one of those music disc players. What? That's the biggest surprise I've ever seen. I'm honestly kind of more expected the guts to have been removed. But I suppose they're still there.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
What if Graydon?
What if Graydon is also like a detective, a cop of some kind, and so are those two? No, they wouldn't have shot. No, they wouldn't have shot. They wouldn't have shot Holmes, right? Anyway, that was just a short theory. My lord.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGildet's disc, deposited at Windybank's at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGildet's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But it says for McGildet on it, so I think at some point it was at least planned to be given to him.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGildet?
I believe the answer will become clear if we at least listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc get lost.
Wait, my lord.
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Yeah, right, Gregson. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. Unless, of course, it goes against what I'm trying to do, in which case I will leave things unexplored whenever necessary. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Yeah! No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Never gonna give you up. Kind of sounds like a news jingle. But it could be Morse code. Or something.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No? It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Mr. Graydon?
I guess he understands what it means because he's in the business of understanding Morse code, or whatever. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Nuh-uh. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues.
Nuh-uh.
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? No. Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. It obviously is. Come on.
What a weirdly and crazily drawn out red herring that would be if it wasn't. Could be a clue.
I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Oh lord, but how can that be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance, if that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say? You're acting just like Shirley, Runo. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris.
So all those boxes that Shirley ordered might be of no value because this one was specifically made just for this purpose, and there might not be another.
Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, It must mean that the sound is producing, it's producing, have some significance that isn't musical. Come on now. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runa. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one in this music box makes. Yeah, no shit. Yes, it's a familiar sound. That's what I'm saying. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to present that gavel slam just not make a sound. I'm going to have to press their defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Sadly, we can't point to that one juror. But what do we have that might show it? Maybe this has something? Government secrets? I mean, you know, I think that's what it is, but I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves with that. But I don't think we really have anything else to show. I guess we're just gonna jump straight into it. Right? We don't have a Morse code thing anywhere. So we're gonna jump straight to the conclusion. Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Blunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmission along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Maybe. Order, please everyone, order. But this is... High treason, Arthur. Deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. In his own tongue, yes. For our own sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word.
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Don't have much proof, but... You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. No? Then by all means counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank, that being a most flagitious offence, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Whoops.
You're not supposed to be here anymore.
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Come on, Greggy. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. It's funnier when they have to turn around and look the other way at Gregson. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Do you not? I wasn't going to say it previously because I didn't have much to, stand on there, but... He sure has similar hair and eyes to you. That's also true of Gina, as I've said before, so, that's why I kind of didn't mention it. But now that it's kind of relevant... No. There could be a relation indeed, a physical one.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. So they are now spilling the beans.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov, we did.
Smaller brother was doing kind of like a Mario thing where one of his feet was barely on the box anymore.
Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter getting us mixed up in this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose job it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Yippee!
I love evidence.
What's this? Oh.
What is it, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes. Oh, is that a second player?
Look at that. There's another movement at the on the other side.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Uh-huh. Would you like stand it up like this then? So that, you know, one of them doesn't fall out. Look at this. Well. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also plays only produces a single tone like the other one.
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth of the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. I guess except, you know, instead of long and short beeps, you have, you know, A and B beeps. See how the formic gilded disc sits at the music box the man deposited at Ruindy bags? In the music box? It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet?
Yes, we have.
We just did.
Sadly, that part isn't marked here now, but I hope it'll still count. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. I must say something, stop.
I was just going to say, I wonder if she has anything to say about that. Let me guess. Juror number 5?
We regular communications station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us is responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop.
Well, she's starstruck. But she's just struck her star. Okay. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon?
Well, what of it? These transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop.
Yes, let's go fucking juror number 5. You're my queen.
Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
Well, well, well. That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Yeah, sure. If you keep lying to the court like that, though, I feel like your views on us might not be of anybody of importance to anyone. Not Morse code? They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
She's the best. She's the best character. A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. And this is B. And when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. It's only half Morse code. But the other half...
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. And yet you wanted it so badly. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future.
Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Also, you know, when he's rifled through the code, he was so desperate to find a second disc. I think at least he mentioned there was a second disc. There was definitely another thing he wanted to find. I think he mentioned disc by name. But, you know, nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Paris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
There'd still be something... Yeah, no. I was thinking I should... Oh, wait. Would it really be impossible to use the music box somehow to play back Morse code?
Give it a try.
There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, repeat the... what? To repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. I've heard it pronounced ad infinitum, but I think that pronunciation is fucking stupid, so I won't say it like that. It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, would have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of this music box? What?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together.
In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holds, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runa.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? Well, well, well. How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilded and negotiate a deal? Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add to on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
I regret we don't have... Oops, wrong file. We don't really have anything to go on, other than they look kinda related. Because also here...
Mason Milverton. It's not exactly Graydon.
So let's keep pressing for now. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for meta after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash.
Casually calling him Ash. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Surely let's say Graydon's in old China.
What's up? You look kinda happy there. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Hey?
No, the other Skulkin. What? Oh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering me the old days, that's all. We used to have a right and old laugh together way back then. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him an bit. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy.
Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run?
Milverton, huh?
That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. No. That was kind of important. And neither does your fruit. Hey man, fruit's, it's healthy.
Or the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know.
Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow?
Add it.
My lord? Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more, Skulkin's never skulking.
Well, did we skip one? Yeah, let's press this before we do the deed. But also let's check this one. Wait, no, I guess we skipped multiple? No. Okay, no. So, did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either. Neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windybank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windybank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov, we were. You're right there.
Guess that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windybank's that night? Did you not ask for the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. No, I believe them when they say they didn't know about the government secret stuff. Alright, time to blow this case wide open. Milverton and Skulkin. Mason Milverton. What? What the fuck are you talking about, game? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. No. Fuck you. I guess now we go back to fucking the previous statement and just press that? Is that how we, how we combine those? But presenting that their sound should be right. That should be how it goes. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Some brickmaker. No relation. Do I maybe now present this, or do I just press? I guess I'll press first. Even if I don't like the idea of being told the same thing again. Disc. Single man. How indeed. Gotta take it on. Yeah. Okay, I guess I'll present the thing here then. Which seems worse, but hey, whatever. What the fuck do you want, game? Huh? I'm clearly right about this. The fuck do you want? I guess I haven't pressed this yet. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds like alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name. I'm also kind of curious about the model. Let's ask about the model and then the name if we can. So, how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way to the milkman would come with his car to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empty signs outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right? So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price. Are the other geezers doing it? People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
God Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Nah, what we had going on was simply simple once you had the idea. We'd just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A dawdle, right?
I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. I kind of thought that's what it was. The scheme, that is.
It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Totally. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him who came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, Ash always had his head in the book when we was growing up. Said he was going to be get himself an education and get out of the slum we live in. God, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft and dead to even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become a blinking communique officer, ain't he?
A communications officer, Mrs. Wilkin.
Holmes and Watson's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it.
Or do.
All of a sudden, you know what, I don't even want to hear it. Okay, fine, let's read it. I don't want any hints. I mean, I've already told you what the thing is, okay, so... All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Oh wait, I think Iris is saying this, right? No, that's us. Is it? Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus tests 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is that it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be these two brothers. Now let's ask for the actual matter. The name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Alright, I thought a clever clogs like you to have worked that one out. That's...
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well...
It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out in it. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Yeah, be useful for once, Zeeks. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct?
Very well, yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton? That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. I suppose we first had to establish that it is undeniable that that was his name. So now... here... Finally! We can point out the thing. About your relation to our poor sap. Ba-boom! Mr. Ashley Milverton? Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the case, the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. And selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Pretty big deal, but doesn't make our Gina innocent quite yet. Or rather, doesn't give her an innocent verdict. She is innocent, of course. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of the witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded.
Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this the scheme. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn here. Or there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? Wait, we never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. I guess that's a thought I didn't have, that the disc was in there, and that he got it. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched 1 item, and 1 item alone, the music box. A rather ingenious demonstration, as rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that 1 article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Of course he does. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Well, we don't really have much proof, do we? Unless we accept the blood samples as evidence. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh. Oh yeah. What? Ah. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself, which probably was the last shot to be fired. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Holmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tch. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, which apparently is a lot of money. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Really, hiring those 2 was by far your biggest mistake. Did they are they better at lockpicking than you or something? Maybe? But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I am sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence.
The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Holmes's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
Oh no, yeah, I totally shot myself, by the way. That was silly of me. He could say that. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness.
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you. It at least should, just about prove Gina not guilty. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
Oh, really?
What?
Are you suggesting...
I saw it all. I saw at the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Nobody's gonna believe you at this point, come on.
Order, order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it's shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your former testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Wow.
How about real quick? I go to an idol meeting because there are some idols that really require my attention. So be back in just a little bit.
And we're back. I guess I should have taken a drink of water before returning to the main screen. Oh well. While these ruffians were just jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. With what gun? I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. I don't think that happened. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Okay. But then how did a different gun end up in her hands like that? What the fuck are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense. That is the worst fucking testimony I've ever heard. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Yeah, extraordinarily bad. The problem is just I don't think we have the fucking... You know, that shot of her with the gun in her hands? We never got that as evidence. It would disprove so many of the things he said. Like, I don't think there was blood on her. But at least, you know, I think we can determine this with a missing flap, right? Because this must have been after everything was over with. Let's check the... Between 1 and 1:30. I think that makes sense then, right? You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Right. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. What do you mean, sorry about that? You knew about this? Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Hey, Holmes did a similar thing and nobody acknowledges that? So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Shirley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use here to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we would shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat, Ginny? If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help! You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. And they won't, trust our colors, sadly. But also, wouldn't there be blood on her actual outfit too, not just the coat? The way she's wearing it. But that's not Mr. Winniebank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing this the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. No.
Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once.
Surely that test will also show that it's old blood.
With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with a cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... No.
Counsel?
Yes, my lord?
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Don't you worry, this testimony is so bad.
There's no way we won't fucking destroy it. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter.
So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and shot, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting up upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
You felt a sharp pain? You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And, wait, no. Actually, the thing I said earlier about the 2 shots, the shot to our guy being the last, to Windybank. I guess that doesn't work, because he was, already dead when the rest of us came in, so... I guess maybe not. I don't know, let's see. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar and the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no. I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled my gun out of him, on him, he tried to shove me out the way.
And then he scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
Shut himself. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Or was that already in that statement?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. It is rather important, isn't it? And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this people as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winniebank take place. Of course not, because it didn't happen like that. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The young girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
Shot the man in the back. I mean, we could already try to present that thing, but I feel like it might be too early. So let's just keep pressing. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. I mean, he does explain it in his testimony. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. Run where? And it was at that moment that the little gutted rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. Where would you run? Towards the other people with guns? Towards the wall in this room? Saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. All over her. Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is solid with the victim's blood. Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winniebank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Shirley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Rather bother. Toss the gun out of the peephole. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the poor broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon, and then hold a different gun in her hand? That doesn't make any fucking sense, G-guy. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. Sure. Very believable. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Well, that part's probably true, but not that it was in her hand ever. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes.
But I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Oh, what's going on here? Gentlemen? Something wrong, Sunshine? Clearly. That should be my line. You do realize you are just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D's gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. You wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Well, you're a special case. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord. Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. Of course, cross-examination is temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. A gunshot wound? End of report. Goodness me. Hold on. Gunshot wound? See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Millerton. So that blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGillard's innocence? Well, I wouldn't call it quite that. Nobody remembers the outburst at the end where we were trying to call for the truth. And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this courtroom, in this country. Fuck you, seriously. I really don't like that nobody fucking recalls the very important character moment that we had. But that was... I call it a baldy disgrace, treachery, that's what it is. You guys are still here, huh? How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't have the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... We used Mr. Holmes' specially formulated... Mr. Holmes is a detective, not a chemist. He's both. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? Sure. I held out Piroshki to starving boy and he ran away crying. Okay. Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. Okay. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. No. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Nuh-uh. Ah! Were we supposed to present the thing before the time is up? Wait. My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men. All for one now. Sir.
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai! Yuzai!
You simpletons.
Yuzai!
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. I was just, doing the thing you usually do. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast?
How very distressing.
To be held in such low esteem. Yeah, that's gotta be Holmes, right?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That would be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? His amazing costumery was alluded to much earlier. Mr. Holmes!
What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
As well I should be, had I not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Shirley, isn't it really you? You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise, my apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly, haven't spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Yippee!
Gregson, what is up, man?
Very well then, Counselor, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for the tardy arrival.
Mr. Holmes, are you alright now?
Alright, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. Ask the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Shirley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? Is that the cat flag maker? Lavender Furoshki wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Sato. From Mrs. Sato? But would she have known beforehand that the cat flap would come into play? Did she see the photos? I don't think those came up until the case, did they? Well, we'll see. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded, and that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Sorry. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Ha ha ha. She saw into the future, man. What is this? I mean, I knew beforehand too, but you know, I have the foresight of games.
Oh, it's the machine I made. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Meow.
Mm-hmm.
Fully voiced. So good. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What? What is it? Cat flapper mat.
Mm-hmm.
What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. No.
What? Didn't you say something like that?
Best judicial assistant in the world.
You're not a failure at all.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Holmes? That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Oh, so she made that flap. So my idea about him being shot through the flap also doesn't quite add up. But still, this makes things even easier in other ways. Because I was like, did Ginny make that from inside? Or did she leave it outside and then, you know, our culprit picked it up and somehow figured out to use it somehow? Right, but this makes things easier in that way. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night, but why? Time's up. Mm-hmm. Rather sharp. Ew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They are made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of everything, even the toughest of doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that. Say what it is, what it's for. But so I guess the thought of him running away and being shot at an angle like that was in fact the truth. It feels like the reality of the cat flapper is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Why guy is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
Good girl. She knows what's up. That's probably all there is to see about this. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are ununanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I'd like to go back to the cross-examination if I can. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Time to think. If only the world was so nice. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now, but an old witness. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of the existing witnesses. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord.
Requesting Lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. So we have total grounds to do this.
So nobody can say anything then? If Runa asks to resume that cross-examination of Mr. Graydon...
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. We'll just keep finding new ways to change things up. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present it in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence.
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? Counsels, you will not press the witness any further. My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement, and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. That's all we need. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Mr. Holmes!
A rather spectacular way of falling, because they only had that one falling animation for him, and it made that situation, that scene a little more silly than maybe it could have been. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
I don't know, that didn't seem like an insult. Well done, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Holmes down, or Iris.
Yeah.
and I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Da, 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 da. Still near the entrance. Counter, champagne. Through the peephole. I think that's probably the one. Where we present the peephole maker. Better known as the cat flapper mat. But let's just check the other ones just in case. Shot the man, blah, blah, blah. Saw the blood splatter, you didn't. Tossed the gun out of the peephole. Well, that also couldn't happen, but... I guess it's possible that maybe on that statement you could also present the same thing, but... I'm thinking this has to be the one.
Shit! What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owner's help.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. It sure does.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then.
This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene of only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japaneses, and Holmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ridiculous. What are you trying to say?
Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony, and I can prove that there wasn't. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Because you didn't. Yes, how could you? What?
Counselor, kindly say what you mean.
All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No! And we can prove it.
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is the most serious act of vandalism.
Hey man, she wanted to check on the fucking state of the people. You know, just like breaking down the door by the police and stuff. That's not so bad. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Grayson's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that's that filthy girl shooting the man in the black. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. I do think, even without this, you know, the cat flapper in our position, it should have been fine to just present the photos, because we have those.
But hey. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order. Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that a plaything can cut through any solid wooden door? And we could just try it out here. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. But she prepared a door already. I'm sure nobody minds. Well, but who's Cooey? Is Cooey just the second nickname of Waggy? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Oh yes, I can. No? But it's easy. What? The cat flap my cat flapper creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windybanks are an exact match. But supposedly we can't prove that when it was made, it could have been there a while ago, but no. So old Sir Key's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thanks to you, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. We have proof. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's obvious, dog. It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to that. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Yeah, let's believe the guy who broke in and stole shit and there was shooting involved and stuff, instead of, you know, me. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel. I can't prove it. Don't give up now, Luna. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Yeah. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Probably this one. The one where there wasn't a hole yet. A flap. Maybe either one works. But I think this one makes more sense. What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim you had to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies.
Scoundrel. Order. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Lord Von Zieks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here.
Not exactly.
No! I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Silly can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Is that a thing people say?
Isn't that right, Runa? As Shirley always says. One lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been the line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, either way it works.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right.
Oh wait, Eunice gives it then. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known.
Yeah, about the coat.
In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
This is a provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another.
The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements.
They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely,
the stains and the smoke.
the bloodstains that were present on Mrs. Spade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole and the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously I...
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop after having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The
place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working round the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report.
No.
There's really nothing more I can add to the testimony, so if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Gregsy. You have been so suspicious.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. They kind of made it a little too obvious, maybe, with Gregson speaking up like that just now. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. A clue?
Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave those witness details on the crime scene to facilitate this false testimony?
I don't know what they mean with a clue. Maybe I'm allowed to check the court record real quick. I can't. But, I mean, you know. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Grayson.
Me?
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information. Yeah, like that one point that we called out. So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with. Is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess.
Nuh-uh. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Don't you remember? Ah. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runa. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilder's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. Yeah. I remember finding it strange at the time. We called them out. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Maybe you really were part of the Skulkins. Maybe you were in on the deal for the, for the stuff. Many possible reasons. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well,
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. You never are, you always interrupt us. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. The final disc? I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Or I guess... No, he doesn't have this, so it couldn't be this. But this supposedly also contains some info, right? But yeah. I would assume the disc, important information. Clearly to him this case was a lot less important than this. So the disc would be, of high value to him. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded in the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah!
Order, order, order. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine then, it is mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Tisk tisk. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of that myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs. You did indeed reveal information and confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? I mean, he wouldn't just accept the deal if he didn't know for sure when or where he would get the disc, eh? Or even if. As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
The defense demands that the inspectors searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector?
The jig is up. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. It was Zeke's who claimed you had the disc on you, by the way, not me. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. You made that allegation. I mean, I guess we made the allegation, but you supported it. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, the no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Well, if Gina still gets away, then, you know, mission accomplished anyway. That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right there. When he shook the other guy, he was actually handing the disc over. That scoundrel.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the Inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else.
Is what I'd say in a second. After I've had some water. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the Inspector's personal effects. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, you sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Oh, but I'm not. I see through your schemes.
Be quiet, all of you. Or who said that? Oh, Iris.
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith.
Fuck him up, Iris.
Because that's the British way.
All being taught a lesson by a 10-year-old. Don't you feel bad? Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
Oh, all of a sudden you're sweating in your boots again, eh?
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
This guy.
I guess there could have been a moment where he switched it over to the other one, to his brother, but that would be nasty. That would be in bad faith by the game developers. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey, maybe he doesn't even know about it. Well, very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard, has to object to this search. On what grounds? Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. And maybe the judge? But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intentions of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. So he does now? Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord, in the witness pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus MacGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? You son of a bitch, how could you? Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about the disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? was struck between them.
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disk that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
Ah. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
Right.
Yeah, he did all that. He did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you guys when you got down the station? That's what he said. You did right down me, all he did. Me head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective had behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it.
You.
But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket?
Because he expected to be searched.
This isn't a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
Nuh-uh, he didn't want that. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. QT.
Hush, a top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
No. Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea why any of this, what any of this is about. You snake. What? But of course he wouldn't.
Hey, jury. Maybe do something good for change?
Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice.
Ha 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 ha.
So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like you to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. But what does that have to do with Gina being found guilty or not?
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. But that has nothing to do with whether or not Gina is guilty, hello? He's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Raiden is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idle, stop.
Oh boy. Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
That makes no sense.
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winniebank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
Have we checked the piece of cloth that the flapomet was wrapped in? Maybe that contained something? I mean, I'm pretty sure we don't have it in our court record. Otherwise, I definitely would have checked it. But you know, it might come up right now. Right now.
So there's no choice right then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Braden? The manuscript. If we present this to Gregson, he might know what's up with this. And he might be like, please don't share this. That would be not the most satisfying way to conclude this. Or, you know, like, I mean, that might not conclude it, right? It might just finally get us going again. That is an option, potentially. Don't really have many other ideas right now. The disc. Don't think so. The pouch, no. Have to throw her. Comes down to this. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winniebank, or stole those government secrets. Evidence to run. I don't think we have anything to prove the true culprit right now. So it might have to come down to the Hound. I guess that's what I'll try. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with a witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It sounds like the right lead up to what I'm trying to do, right? It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon.
What on earth is this, Counsel?
Irrefutable proof of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. That doesn't sound good. Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Shit.
Really, Counsel, at this stage in the proceedings, I would have expected a more considered argument. The defense will be duly penalized.
They only struck that deal at the very last possible moment when they were in the stand. What's more, there's no love lost between them, clearly. It was strictly business. If you think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes. Yes, punishable by death. So I don't think old Silky's going to admit to either anytime soon, do you? No, but Gregson, on the other hand, he's just refusing to admit to what happened because he's been sworn to secrecy out of a sense of duty. I wonder if Grexy's lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty, then perhaps to prise them open. What? Oh, then perhaps to prise them open, you're going to have to be determined enough to do your duty too, Reno. Of course, he'd do anything to follow his orders, so...
Jury has indicated its readiness to declare findings, and urge you to consider...
I mean, I'm still pretty sure that's gotta be a Gregson, especially with what they just said, right? Yeah, it even brings us back here. What else? Can't just be the disc again, right? That would be stupid. Or the player. To get this detective to admit that the deal he clearly struck, to admit to the deal he'd clearly struck with Mr. Graydon, with Graydon. Like maybe I'm just supposed to inspect this some more now that we've had more about it. Out of the Baskervilles. That's right, I used Daddy's notes to write it. I guess we never inspected it while she was with us, did we? I think it's a great story. I don't know why Shirley's forbidden me to... If this turns out to just be a case where I needed to inspect it first, then I will reload. Because then, come on, man. I don't know why Shirley's forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Holmes is a family friend of someone who has the name or something? Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Narrow-Doors. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Holmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Okay. So it's not this. But it seemed so fitting. Okay, I really gotta go. I've been needing to pee. To go to an idol meeting, I mean, of course. So I thought we would get through this part at least before I need to go, but no, gotta go now.
Back again.
But I'm none the way wiser. Final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal. He clearly struck with greed. Don't think anything in here, right? One small box. And the overcoat. Mason Leverton. Brickmaker. Do we just bring this back up again? Article about government secrets being leaked.
Like, hey, you're helping acquitting a guy who's doing that shit. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. Instant death. Dr. Stevens.
Oh, and I'll give you this thing, okay? It's pretty cool. Just play along, okay?
I guess we could try to coerce him, right? We have this disc, and we now have the other one from the other guy, so we could just be like, yo, if you don't cooperate, we're just gonna play this shit right here, right now. That could be it.
Uh-huh. Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box console?
Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with a second disc we've just discovered it's set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc console?
Oh, now you're sweating, huh?
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed. What, the defense?
So, wait, I guess we're talking about ourselves?
Yeah. That the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you're engaged in unlawful dealings with this witness.
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making the enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Yo, thanks for the raid, SR Hunt. We're getting really into the thick of this final case here, so spoilers. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. He hasn't had this line about being rude in a while. about excusing him. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by the music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him! Boom. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Van Zieks takes a lot of convincing. A lot of convincing, but, you know, sometimes he does come around to the truth. It's the last, I think at least the last case of the first Great Ace Attorney. But yeah, that Van Zieks guy has some moves. Very well, the defense stands here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. So, Gregson, this time with a second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. I have also beaten this game before, but it was a while ago, so I don't remember much. Well, everybody in court clearly understands Morse code. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code! There should be probably 2 people in here who would understand, right? Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, shut that bloomin' box up! There we go. Finally. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with the confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Disc. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. With the trial resumed after the recess, and when the trial. And we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Hey man, he's already got the disc, what can you do, eh? Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Oh no. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Haha. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery of the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windyback. You. Whoops. Traitor! Whoops. The double freak out. Damn, he killed a man. On the stand.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
I don't remember if Gregson reappears for the second game. It would stand to reason that he gets punished harshly for this, but also, he was doing it in service of the higher powers, so to speak, so maybe he gets away. That's it then. But I do wonder how he appears in the next, Adventures of Sherlock Holmes novels. That's it then. It's all over. Or is it? I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGirded. Our favorite customer. You're a fiend with a square talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. Also known as a handsome. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box?
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. Oh. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. And you wouldn't see him all that much often afterwards, eh?
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine...
a musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, so... Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
Poor Daddy. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. Dang. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already.
but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGildet and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGildet, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. That's a lot of money, right? But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't make your money anymore. I won't take your money anymore.
I guess he had a feeling, a suspicion. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGildet, that's it. He had no idea that what was actually on the discs I had asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGildet really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? But you couldn't have had time to kill him because we died the same day, unless you... Wait, I guess... Right, no, the death, the killing took place not on the same... Yeah, I guess there were 2 days between that and the court. So maybe he found out in the meantime and then, you know, killed the guy after the court proceedings. In my mind, it was like... In my mind, somehow, I just assumed that he found out that he had been, you know, found innocent and died. But I guess that's not necessarily the case. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGildet brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGildet by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGildet himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. So we now definitely know who did that. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGillet's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
Oh, it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGildet he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGildet used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. He sure did all that, yeah. So I gave that man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin,
One of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and set him on a one-way journey to hell.
So, you committed 2 murders and high treason.
An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Miss McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in that in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded.
Used the pawnbroker more than once.
This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man.
What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery?
Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I'll put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
A man of habits. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina.
I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mr. Strayed written down.
How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the 1 disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you're recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still here in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night? With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I've decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
A thoughtless act of revenge. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry, sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night. It is a little questionable how he supposedly didn't even think or anything. How he fired back quickly, because to get a clear shot while he's entering the door, he would have had to shoot from closer rather than near the exit. But I guess maybe the thing about him being near the exit, the angle must have been because of the calendar. Must have been true. Whatever.
Earlier you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escaped injustice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same.
Except you didn't get away with it.
You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have.
What?
At least he's introspective.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Ashley Braden?
He's been restrained, my lord, and he is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank, and the stealing of government secrets, and the murder of McGilded? Question mark?
Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Oh yeah, we weren't paying attention. She's guilty, right? Yes, sir. Garrett Up Squadrons, standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court.
無罪
無罪
無罪無罪
無罪
無罪
Yippee. Took you long enough, you oafs. Aha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Rightfully so. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. It is all thanks to fucking Gregson. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. You think so?
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Perjury? What's that? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery,
You also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillis' property, it seems. She didn't mean to abscond. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillet's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Hey, that wasn't... I still stand by that not being unlawful. If she had the ticket because he gave it to her, and then he died, then that means the thing should belong to her. That just makes sense. Where else should it belong? Come on. I stand by that, and I call her innocent in this matter. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friends of courage here today. I propose a toast. Wow, he's being nice to us for once. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. I'm going to take that as praise. He definitely means that in good faith, and doesn't mean that to be, facetious at all. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that? It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Maybe that's why she has so many buttons on her coat. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs are nothing more than that, a meaningless series of, it's probably misspelled, of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? Maybe they put the wrong discs in the wrong slots? It wasn't Morse code after all? Could still be a cipher of some kind. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGildet conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Or don't we? But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade? Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Aw, Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Uh-huh. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Not as an accused, at least. Now, with regards to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybag, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yeah. I'm getting really hungry, so I hope the outro here isn't too long. But, yeah. Hey, some extra. Yippee!
And she looked so gleeful while shooting that. Adorable.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Hey, this is awkward.
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. Except, of course, those people from France. those people aren't people. Am I right? High five? No? Oh, sorry. Your mom was French? Oh, we're not so different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you again, here in the courtroom.
Oh, so he did choose it for us and not because of the importance of the matter?
Well,
we're so popular. You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
Did he know our friend Kazuo? Huh? Kazuma? That was his name, right? Oh god, that was his name, right? Please tell me that's his name. Shit, it's not in here. It's his name, that's his name. He mentioned something similar earlier today. About total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
I guess it's probably not Kazuma. But, you know, somebody. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
I guess, now that we know who killed McGilded, and we know, well, we haven't heard anything about Natsume Soseki dying, you know, even though he returned to Japan, so maybe that protected him from the so-called curse. But I think we can probably assume that whatever forces were dealing with all the people that he was prosecuting in the past, maybe that's, you know, gone. Maybe that has something to do with this Japanese friend he used to have or whatever. Because we have, I hope, that Gina is going to be fine. But now let's have a party! Woo! It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Maybe she's by Holmes's side. Ah! Congratulations, Tina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. Yes, Odd is your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. Never? That's awful. Like, I know she's not that old, but 17 should be old enough that at least somebody kept some promise with her. At some point.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in.
She's so cute.
But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks.
Yay.
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. So Iris is not with him. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes, it was me all along, see? Gotta love that guy. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Why would you... Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you.
Oh, thank you. Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe?
Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Lestrade?
Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Well, I mean, he was kind of shot. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood. It's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Holmes?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Lestrade.
Yeah, especially for her. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Holmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, you would never bring that up.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cubs like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like that McGilded or this world, the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got pride and principles, see? Yeah. But does the Reaper know about that?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Lestrade.
Oh, just give me a rest. Give a rest, all right?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Shirley. How long have you been here?
I guess she was looking for him.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Shirley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're at the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was that again? Breaking and entering, taking the Boktrotter stuff, what was in lug, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket in the is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. Yeah. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
You know, I could use another assistant.
Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm going to do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it.
She's gonna be everybody's own son.
What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. Prison carriage has arrived, madam. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Better be careful, though. Don't follow any fake bailiff and all that.
We know how that ends. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Otto?
Yes?
Still haven't confiscated this, have they?
Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny.
And maybe sorry for the shot you just delivered upon me.
Right, I see, well... Atlas Gina. Rare footage. Thanks, Otto. Oh. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me.
Oh. Let's take a screenshot. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll see her again. I'll ever see her again. Surely. Well, well, quite the indomitable pickpurse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought the paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page already. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like to like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Shirley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
So the sun is still around?
Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately. We may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
And we started sprinting.
But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto?
Mr. Holmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for Special Express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
I don't... The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Damn man.
He might have a little too much power on his hands. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Damn. That got kinda late, huh? That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
So this boat must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Otto, where are you?
Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something.
Ah.
Mrs. Otto, wait. What are you doing? Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean.
We heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well.
She was acquitted.
Smile.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Yippee. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was the Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato.
I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Holmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Bruno's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the Count Flapper map, so I put it in my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Mr. Holmes, leave me, Naruto.
After Mr. Naruto had left the shop, I started to think that the door started to play on my mind.
Storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized that it could only be behind the door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used that cat flapper to make the peephole in the door?
As captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Shirley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, a sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to... there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it? So this is what you kept, why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And I knew that at the time, what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Holmes. If Mr. Naruto was completely locked back into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything.
But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene.
So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Mrs. Straight's. Oh, Susato-san. Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. No. Your right to doubt, at least. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruto, you've saved me too, from my regrets. Once again with that smile. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. No, it wasn't. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, the telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So, wait, where's that coming from? I guess he's saying that. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Oh, yes, she is the one who interpreted the message. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before. The message when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. What if Kazuma's... like... father, grandfather, older brother was, you know, the real Reaper, so to speak, behind the Reaper's deaths, killings, whatever, you know what I'm saying?
But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
Then. because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for informational communications.
Is everybody here like just fucking a savant at everything except me? Then might I recommend, my dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
First is Kei Asugi.
Well, that sure sounds like Kazuma.
Kazuma Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
Could also be some other K, though.
The second is A Shin.
Don't think we know that one. Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gergerson.
Gregson? Uh-huh. Tobias Gregson, yeah, that makes sense. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. Shin could also be Sin, but I don't think we know about anybody by that name. And what's his name doing doing in the secret government communication as well?
And the last name?
What's the matter, Mrs. Tuttle?
It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Watson. What?
Watson?
John H. Watson? You mean Daddy?
Well, 2 of those people are dead, as far as we know. Don't know about Chin. But, Gregson at least I think is alive. Probably.
It says only John J. Watson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of that, what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. 3 out of 4, yeah. It would appear that this particular message is a communication from some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Bruno come from?
Well, I mean...
No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Watson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
True. Professor John H. Watson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Poetic.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Can we avoid it though? Honk if you want to stay in Japan, in Great Britain.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'd sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Suttle.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Mrs. Suttle,
I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and to support me.
Proposal?
Mr. Naruto, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruto?
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
And then you still threw me like at least two more times. Mr. Sato?
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that.
That's mine again.
I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Well... God, I'm so hungry.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ
First volume indeed. Oh, Vaga was there with us somehow.
不思議な運命に
What a well-behaved cat.
ここまで来たような気がする僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会った
What'd you
こ
say?
れからも
I can't understand.
きっと様々な困難が僕
Trials
を
and
待ち受けてい
tribulations.
るのだろう
That's a different
で
game.
もどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がする
So, look at this poser.
だって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
Mm-hmm. What? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruto. Yes, Mr. Holmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover on time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Sato.
You love for defending yourself in court.
Huh?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous.
See? Mr. Holmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Luna's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Objection. Then, I really must say...
意義あり
Haha! That's the end of this one. Shu Takumi, my god. My goat. My guy.
Takumi Shu. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired that I ordered them or something. So I advertised them for sale, used by Mr. Holmes to solve a crime or something. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Merch, the real future of money. And none other than Holmes himself figured that out. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Shirley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement, for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. Rice, some miso or something. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coincide under the rare stakes themselves. Knows, well, I do, no sir, knows his father, isn't man, something. Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Those guys. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. So he's got cats with him still. Adorable. Usually I would give my opinions on and kind of review, right? But since we've got all these intermissions with text, I think I'll wait.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. A dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and something, like a great clock in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
Oh, this guy. I thought these were supposed to be freeze frames, but his eyes kept blinking. And I guess the background was also moving. The latest Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Okay. So you weren't bashed for the wrongs you committed? Her ladyship puts me to shame. I guess everybody still blinks. It's not quite a freeze frame. This guy. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Surely she can't be in there for too long. It was an accident. Must say, battling with those baldy stairs, something. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business typed up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man in the house is his own maid. I mean, you know, let's just not ask them. Those two. My Rowley's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change something. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners that dropped happiness and a lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley. Let's hope they stay happy together forever. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a matter. So it ain't too bad boring. She's always going on about all them cases of what Holmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. A future prospect for your occupation.
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please. Give her over, bruv. This ain't the dash, we know something. We got time in here to plan the comeback of a Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run, right? The three Muskewatsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Right. Hey, whatever floats you guys' boat. Nice choreography. But also, fuck you in the middle there. Even if there's a bit of sympathy for some of the stuff that happened to him, he still is unforgivable, kind of. This past 6 months has been quite something. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruto-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories. And a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. You too. Are we gonna paint in that eye? No? Hey, that's the thing I'm using as my thumbnail on YouTube. Except it was me as the true protagonist, of course. Yippee. You love to see it. Right, I think this is just more credits. But look, it's our friends. Yeah. So yeah. Pretty great game. I actually think how do I put this? Each individual case, except for the last one, I'd say probably, isn't that strong compared to, you know, the first 3 games, which are, you know, the gold standard of this series, of this genre, really. But because of the way it kind of all comes together in the final case, more so than in any other Ace Attorney game, you know, it just gives it an extra edge. And I think that continues even more so into the second game. But hey, we haven't played that one here yet. But yeah. There are a couple of things that I, of course, do remember still. That I, you know about the next game. That I'm, of course, not spoiling. But yeah, some of the things I might have brought up as mysteries are not mysteries to me. And at this point in the case, in the game, in the story, he leaves our side and will meet somebody else. Shouldn't we meet Susato first, though? Oh well. There she is, with a sword. My drinks have now all been depleted. So let's hope these credits aren't too long. But yeah, what else can I say? Visually, I think this game's pretty great, right? The backgrounds are all very well put together. And got like lots of details, and it's never too much visual clutter either, right? What you need to see is always visible. They got that look down really well, both on the backgrounds and on the characters. That new feature with the
you know, multiple witnesses, and then you look over to the person that's having a response. It's kind of a little too simple, I guess I'd say, because every time that it happens, you just point to them, and that's the end. Like, it's kind of a waste of a... don't want to call it a waste of a mechanic, but, like, those things could have very well just happened as part of the pressing, you know, thing. Like, you press somebody reacts. You didn't necessarily need an extra mechanic for that. Is Wagahi gonna join us on this walk? Maybe he'll join afterwards. But there's Iris too now. The only time that it was kind of cool was when there wasn't a prompt, and I looked over, and, you know, we got a response out of that. I'm not entirely sure if we have to do that, but at least we got a response out of it. Like the part where Gregson was fighting, fake fighting, Nash. I feel like that could have been another moment where there isn't a prompt, and you need to point it out. Because it's rather obvious that he's doing something, right? So I would have liked to, you know, do that like that. But yeah, Gina's cool. I really, her face is just so cute. And I like her as a character too. And Holmes is awesome, and Susato is very nice, and Iris is also cute. Very strong characters in our main cast-ish. Gregson's cool, but let's see what happens with him. And yeah, the Reaper. He's an asshole. He does fight for good in the end, but only if you really, 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 really convince him. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures Finn. Also, I like the gesture that the two were doing at the end there. The boop, double finger guns that they always do during the Dance of Deduction, that is a good new feature. That pursue thing, didn't actually add that much, but the deduction dance thing, Holmes' thing, and then we correct it, that's a fun bit. But yeah, that was cool. I don't think we're gonna start playing the second game immediately tomorrow. I think I want to play something else in between. Something that requires less me reading out loud, probably. But we'll see. There are obviously a lot of questions that were presented by this one that will need to be answered in the second one. And not necessarily just questions, but also a lot of setup, right? So, you know, going straight into the second game would also make sense. But I think I do want to spare my voice a little bit. But, yeah, that's gonna be the end of this one for now. The finale of the first Great Ace Attorney, and the finish to the first part of this great story. So yeah, I will thank you for watching, hanging out, and righting the wrongs of British court with me. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. Probably tomorrow. For what? I'm not sure yet. But it'll probably be something. So yeah, join me then. Join me every time. And until then, I say otsukare-sama. Bye-bye. I am starving.